being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones.
He's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me.
She's asking you a direct question. What is the charge that Tyler Robinson is being charged with? All this spinning and running around. What is the charge?
Play clips out of context. Put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name.
Andrew Wilson doesn't even know what charges Tyler Robinson has. Oh my God.
All 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
This is very bad for him. Like, don't try to prove her wrong if you don't know the charges. Now she's about to rope you in, bro.
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name
them. The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to
He's just trying to cut her off because she's getting somewhere and it's freaking him out that she actually knows this stuff.
About this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't.
He's scared because she's about to start listing these charges.
No,
I know all 7 of them,
then
and I'm going to say
them
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
final. What's the specific charges though?
That is them.
She just told you.
Obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yo, is Andrew Wilson really just not as smart as people thought he was? Like, she is like this. I think there's a rumor that he paid $300,000 to sit down with her and debate her. And she just came downstairs and wiped the floor with him and went back upstairs.
7?
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you can't.
It's a big distinction.
You
like first degree murder, aggravated murder, all of that. It's a big distinction.
Cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder.
All right, so let's look at what the comments said before we get into the debate, because we're going to watch this debate. When you could buy a house for $300,000 instead, you pay $300,000 to get humiliated for 3 hours. I've never seen someone exposed like this. There was no coming back for him at that moment. Candace claimed murder wasn't in his charge, then followed it up with aggravated murder. This person, it's people has got to educate her on, because it's not the same, dummy. One, you can be sentenced to life in prison in person, and the other is sentenced to death. I think he meant prison, completely different charge with different consequences. So somebody said, did he not prepare for this debate? When I go on job interview, I investigate the company, what the company does, and who the CEO is. Common sense. And then somebody said, but you can't name one charge. So, it looks like the community is speaking. A lot of people got him losing this debate. Let's go on and watch this debate.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death,
this is his opening statement.
A cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable.
One thing I'm wondering, because there is another video, right, of her, where is it? She's talking to him and she's like, she said something about like Turning Point, like, yo, Turning Point, when you went out there, all of a sudden, like you changing your tune and you giving them like text messages and stuff. So let's listen to what she says about this before we get into it, because I'm wondering if Turning Point gave him the money to debate her. I'm just, I'm thinking about it.
When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after
look at his leg shaking
going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue in cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue in cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to
do. You went to No, bro. You went to Turning Point USA for debate training? You're trying to get in bed with Turning Point after you have publicly shamed them on multiple different times. You think they're fembots and all this stuff and crazy and ran by kooks and all this, but then you go to Turning Point for debate training just to get destroyed by Candace Owens. Like, who gave him the $300,000 to debate her? They're like, let's get this. I'm not saying they did it, but it makes me wonder if Turning Point USA gave him the money to do it. Let's send this fool out here to debate her and let's hope that he learns something. And then he goes out there and debates her and gets destroyed.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it?
Bro! He went to Turning Point USA. He's prepping for the debate and asked if anything. Man, come on, bro. Did they send you out here to do this?
Interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions. And you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't...
Yeah, I think she just exposed him. Let's watch it.
The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence: that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this: "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd, and she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which...
I mean, the physical evidence is very fishy. This is what's causing the biggest problem. The guy that was in the staircase looks nothing like Tyler Robinson.
Independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely...
Patsy is a person who is easily manipulated, deceived, or unfairly blamed, often serving as a scapegoat or fall guy.
Be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
So he did pay $300,000 for this debate.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. She's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going
He wanted to get that $300,000 out of his system.
to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you.
Yeah, and then we're finding out tons and tons of influencers are being sponsored and given money from Israel. So that is kind of wild to really think about. Like, and they're all like trying their best to dismantle everything that she says. And the reason why Candace still, I feel, stays on top in all of these situations is because for the most part, she's just asking questions. She's not saying like anything is definitive. She's just throwing out reasonable doubt, right? And some of the things that she throws out is very compelling, and it gets people talking.
As an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war.
Yo, and then they tried to have Ben Shapiro like come out in the front. Like he's like advocating for Charlie Kirk. Bro, like this is... let's let her talk. Let's let her cook.
Felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And
now, if any of you guys have been watching any of this, right, you know there is tons of evidence that shows that Charlie Kirk was starting to resist the influence of Israel, the money, all of that. He didn't want to have any parts of that. He didn't want to play ball with Benjamin Netanyahu, none of them. He wanted to do his own thing. I think that caused a problem. I'm not going to lie. I think that caused a big problem.
I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions, I think after October 7th, it's reasonable.
I want to see how Andrew Wilson is going to get around this text message, because it's a real text message, and how he's going to get around Tucker Carlson talking about it and mentioning the situation, and Megyn Kelly mentioning the situation is what I want to see.
Reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel, we wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here.
And they sent Andrew Wilson into the hot box to get smoked, because I don't think they have anybody at Turning Point USA that can deal with her.
Shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that.
Another thing, why isn't Erica Kirk doing the debate with her? I mean, I know she's not as well equipped, I'm saying it in a nice way, to debate a Candace Owens. We can hear how she talks, right? Erica Kirk. But it would be not, and I think Candace Owens, like when she interviews people and she talks to people, if I'm being 100% honest, I don't think she talks to people. She doesn't talk down to people when she has them on her show, right? She can be personable. She can be like that, right? But for the most part, she is hospitable, but she is very firm in her beliefs. And I don't think Erica Kirk is willing to sit down with her and ask some of these questions, because it's too much right now. Then you got to think about, and let's be real, Erica Kirk went shopping. What was it, within the same 24 hours of this happening to Charlie Kirk? She went to Allah. What is that? The white brand that they go to, Allah or something like that. And she bought like jogging, come on, like something like this happens to your husband and you go and you buy jogging gear. Like, that's not a little bit suspicious here. Like, let's be real. I mean, it's so much Candace Owens can throw out. It's insane.
They send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only,
Yeah, everybody in here hit the like button. When it comes to important things, they don't want this pushed out. Hit the like button. I could talk about battle rap. I could talk about anything else. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of people in here. Hit the like button, please.
That maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even.
This is the interesting dynamic, right? This guy right here, he's got his own podcast, and they go off on Candace Owens all of the time. They try to talk about she's a conspiracy theorist, she's delusional, she doesn't know what she's talking about, right? And PBD has a major podcast, right? And then Andrew Wilson's got his own like thing that he does. And he's got crazy amounts of followers and subscribers, right? And she's sitting there comfortably in a room full of wolves, right? That want nothing more than Candace Owens to lose this debate. And she's cooking. Another thing, she's not running from anything. She's letting this guy kind of act as if he's, refereeing the debate. right? And this is somebody that's clearly does not have Candace Owens' self-interest at heart at all. And this is her channel, right? So she doesn't have to do all of this. So this is very, very interesting.
Even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber.
Wait, didn't the medical examiner or the doctor said that he had a Superman neck? You get hit with a 30-06 and it doesn't go straight through. Like, and he said it like, come on, guys. Like, has anybody hunted before? Like, let's be real. 30-06 is going through. All right. So
Were actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay.
yeah.
And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 100.
I think he has a point by saying Tyler Robinson's rifle was found at the scene. I think he's kind of delusional saying that, it's, I just dispute the point that, a 30-06 can't, has to go through it. Like, bro, 30-06 stopping in somebody's neck is crazy.
150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you? Did you watch the preliminary
we covered
hearing?
it live, yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not
Yeah, you can. You can.
convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
So your wife is just tweeting lies. He said it's colloquial.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done.
Let her talk.
You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler.
So if that's the case, and this is just Candace saying this, we don't know. If his was the most degraded, that means that people have been firing that after Tyler Robinson.
Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change. That among the prints,
Yeah, what is he talking about? Like, they already testified to that. Yo, come on, Andrew Wilson. I did not know you was not this. Oh my God. I thought he was quicker on his feet than this, man.
His was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact.
Fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I worked on
Then
it?
what if you being a gunsmith have to do anything then if you can't even... All right. So what he should have did in this debate, he could have been like, well, maybe he fired the rifle before and had other people handle it, right? And then maybe put gloves on and then fired the rifle during the Charlie Kirk situation. That could explain it. We don't know. That could have happened. We don't, that could be his way of like, kind of shutting her down. But what he's doing right now is clearly not working.
DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm
let her
trying
finish.
to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's
Is he... all right. Come on. Is he slow? Is Andrew Wilson slow here? Am I the only person seeing that he is just not... He's willfully not getting it. Maybe he needs to stay as a gunsmith and stay out of debates. What do you know? Jesus Christ.
it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet.
That is the explanation. Hey, what is going on here? I'm sorry to get all hype, but like, what is wrong with this dude?
Doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Because he's being charged with aggravated. Is he like not? Is he slow? Or is he just like, pandering, like hoping the incels are just going to agree with everything he says, bro? Like, he is not making any sense here at all. I'm just going to stand here and like, maybe they'll think I'm right. Like, bro, you're debating somebody that is surgically breaking down your argument. And your answer to her after she just put all of that information out is like, that doesn't mean he's a patsy. How does this mean Tyler Robinson is? Because they're setting him up to take the fall. What do you think patsy means? I'm not saying the government is actually doing that. It goes more to her, what she's been saying, like her theory of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prince and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this...
Let me ask the audience, the people that's here, the 90-something people, almost 100 people in here, right? If you know, if you're on a jury, right? Or let's just say grand jury, right? And they're presenting all of this information. And you get a lawyer that walks in there and says, I think my client is a patsy. There is 5 fingerprints and his is the most degraded, right? So I think he's being framed for this. If you're on the jury of a grand jury, right? I would be like, this would make me think, right? The way she just broke it down, like maybe he wasn't the person, because the last person, Prince, should be the first person that you suspect, right? Those are the prints that are the most present, right? Not the most degraded, like that happened a long time ago. It will be the prints that are the most present. So the person's prints that is the most degraded, the prosecutor's trying to tell me that this person committed the crime. That doesn't make sense unless you can show me gloves, right? If there's gloves located somewhere around the area, then I can, that has Tyler Robinson's DNA, then I can be like, yeah, let's charge him with that, right? But if Candace was to walk in there and break that down to a grand jury, I think the prosecutor will have a big problem.
Gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean...
Oh, no, yeah, I gotta share this to Twitter, bro. I gotta share this to Twitter.
Anything, but that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but
You know what this scares me of? Let me know if y'all in the chat comment if Andrew Wilson was on the jury and he made up his mind to decide if somebody was guilty. He's not going to look at the facts. He's not going to question anything. He's just going to go along with whether or not a person is guilty, regardless of what's presented in front of him. This is what's scary, because you can get people like Andrew Wilson on a jury that is deciding your fate, right? Whether you get life in prison, 15 years, the death penalty, anything. There could be a person that could just have a set of beliefs and facts just doesn't matter or change things for them. That is scary. There are people in this world like this.
I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
you
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy
that you don't know this. We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it. The same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying.
But not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority,
disputes.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of, that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace, you can't talk about the degraded prints, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And then infer off of that
Didn't say that
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence.
Rule 1102, reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. Statement to the rule, reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. B, definition of reliable hearsay for purposes of criminal preliminary examination only. Reliable hearsay includes 1, hearsay evidence admissible at trial under the Utah Rule of Evidence, 2, hearsay evidence admissible at trial under Rule 804 of the Utah Rule of Evidence, regardless of the availability of the declarant at the preliminary examination. Evidence established the foundation for the authenticity of any exhibit, scientific, laboratory, or forensic reports and records, medical and autopsy reports and records, a statement of a non-testifying peace officer to a testifying peace officer, a statement made by a child victim of physical abuse or a S offense, which is recorded in accordance with Rule 15.5 of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure. A statement, number 8, a statement of a declarant that is written, record, or transcribed verbatim, which is A, under oath or affirmation of, B, pursuant to a notification to the declarant that a false statement made therein is punishable, and then it says 9, other hearsay evidence very similar indica of reliability regardless of admissibility at trial under Rule 803 and 804 of the Utah Rules of Evidence.
And I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what
Candace-
Rule 1102
So this-
means?
Candace is killing this dude, bro. He doesn't know anything. He went to Turning Point USA. For what reason? I don't know. I think he wanted to be under the fold, right? All of a sudden, he gets $300,000 that he can just give to Candace Owens for a debate, a 3-hour debate, right? So it's $100,000 each hour, because you know what she makes on YouTube is pretty crazy, right? Because she does like 1 million views a video at least, right? Some videos 2-3 million views, right? So, you know, kind of fair, especially the visibility of what's going to happen when you debate her. Twitter, social media, everybody's talking about it. She's a fair price, right? But he gets $300,000. He debates her. Turning Point USA gives him some debate tips. He goes in here, tries to execute these debate tips, and he gets destroyed. She's wiping the floor with him. He doesn't know anything. He didn't watch any of these hearings. He thought he could just go in here and just willy-nilly and just hope he can wing it. And she's destroying him on facts, making him look silly. So
everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just...
Jesus! He doesn't know anything! He doesn't know anything! Oh my God, bro.
Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is... They can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
What is wrong with him? She just talked to him about the testimony that was brought forward about the fingerprints and the forensics, right? To where Tyler Robinson's fingerprint out of all 5 fingerprints was the most degraded, meaning that he was probably the last person to touch the rifle, right? And she believes that's why she thinks that he was set up as a patsy. That's one of many reasons why she feels like he's set up as a patsy. He was like, well, just because his fingerprints are like more degraded than everybody else doesn't mean that he didn't fire the shot. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, where are they talking about gloves? Are there fibers from gloves or anything like that to indicate gloves? If so, because that's how I would have handled her in this debate. Be like, wait, you don't know if Tyler Robinson wore gloves here. He could have wore gloves. You don't know that. Did the forensic report say anything about fibers of gloves, or were they even looking for it? You know, we're just like making up this Patsy thing when we don't know. That's how you can handle it, right? If she's throwing out questions, right? But with hers, she's kind of got facts behind her questioning, right? To why she believes that Tyler Robinson is set up as a Patsy. I would try to throw some reasonable doubt as to why he could be innocent, right? And I don't think this guy's he's not doing a good job. Well, I used to be a gunsmith, right? And then when she asks him gun questions, like, what does that have to do with anything? You know, I'm not a forensics expert. So it's like, what? So, bro, I've never been so frustrated watching a debate with somebody that clearly knows nothing and is sitting there arrogantly like he's winning the debate when he's clearly losing.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy.
See, this is a problem. Black people get educated. They get, you know, we get really into them books. We get really into these investigations. And now you don't know what to do with them.
I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Well, all right. So Andrew Wilson, you're supposed to debate her and throw those out there. Because right now this is one-sided. She's throwing out she's presenting all kind of facts. She's showing you that you didn't even really like pay attention to anything that's involved in this case because you didn't even know about the hearsay hearing. Right. And she's got even PBD, which he don't even like her. Right. He can't even like step in to defend Andrew Wilson in any of this. But he's supposed to be playing the role as the referee. Right. And she's got them just throwing up on screen the facts. Like, bro, what are you gonna do, bro?
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced.
You just threw it up there like 4 minutes ago, bro.
Convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you.
Bro, he's shaking, bro. He is so nervous. He don't know what he's doing. And trust me, I want this to be like a kind of a debatable debate. I don't want it to be one-sided, and I feel like this is a one-sided debate. I think she's just destroying him. I mean, he don't know what to do.
named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing
don't-
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure-
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're
context-
both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
was
the
he an
evidence.
actor?
Oh, y'all know what she was about to ask him, right?
Okay.
Self. Yes, I'm
Actually, I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero
I
gaslighting.
didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
she's
on your
addressing
Twitter
it.
was
What you saying?
the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said.
Oh my God.
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Oh my God.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which is
Oh, yo, PBD just had to ask him, like, because she destroyed this guy. She's breaking apart his argument. She's throwing up facts. She's talking about what the courts is saying, right? And she's going back to what he's saying, right? And just showing that what he's saying makes no sense. Like, oh, we seen the car pull up. Well, it was a blurry image. And well, Tyler Robinson got out the car. Like, there's no way you could have even told if Tyler Robinson got out the car. Well, so what are you doing? You're interrogating me? So PBD had to step in, right? Because this guy is losing so bad, right? And he just like, yo, so what's your position? Because obviously your position is not to be in a position of throwing up facts. Obviously your position is not a position to be destroying her credibility, right? Because you haven't been able to do that at all. Obviously your position is not a position to try to throw up more reasonable doubts to make people think that Tyler Robinson is actually the person that did it, right? So if somebody is saying he didn't do it, you want to make a plausible or a reasonable explanation of why he could have done it. He's not even doing that. He's just sitting there getting obliterated to the point to where PBD got to step in and be like, okay, so what is your position?
Been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know,
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. So
what he should have said, right? Well, Tyler Robinson's parents said he had confessed, right? So that's why I would think that was Tyler Robinson, right? It's an easy way. He doesn't know anything about any of this. He's just a popular guy that just jumping into the midst of what's going on and hoping he can just BS his way through it. That's what he should have said. You know, the father and all of them, they already said that he confessed, right? So that's why I'm saying this is Tyler Robinson.
Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On top
I would.
Of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
can
but
we
it was
pull that up?
Yeah,
if you may have it.
think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had
see me on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one
PBD try not to laugh. It's hilarious, bro. Hey, he don't even like Candace. This is crazy. Let's go watch that one more time before we keep moving forward. My bad, y'all. This is hilarious, man. I cannot believe this dude is getting cooked like this.
Sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the or
he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, because what she's basically saying is this person could get up there and commit perjury, and there's nothing that can be done about it. And the person knows that because they have immunity. So you have to take what a person like that says with a grain of salt. You can't believe everything that they said because they can get up there and lie and not face any consequences for it. And they know it.
But definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's not, I think he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that.
Remember
Let's read that. All right. So it says, judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. States Exhibit 16 at 9. And then it says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. States Exhibit 16.1 at 15. Then say, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff's friend in a few moments. States Exhibit 16.2 at 1. And it said, it was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. States Exhibit 16.2. And it says, defendant also surrendered to law enforcement in connection with the shooting. Tyler Robinson, day 1 at whatever. It says DNA testing supports the conclusion that the defendants contributed to the DNA samples recovered from the fired cartridge, the trigger, and other parts of the rifle. The towel used to conceal the rifle and the screwdriver recovered from the oh man, what? So oh my god, so Tyler Robinson might have did this, bro. DNA testing supports the conclusion that defendant contributed to the DNA samples recovered from the fire cartridge, the trigger, and other parts of the rifle. The towel used to conceal the rifle and the screwdriver recovered from the Lothi building rooftop. States Exhibit 30. It said defendant's car was at the UVU campus on September. And then it says, And not only did the defendant admit that he was the one depicted in the published screen captures from the UVU surveillance footage, state's exhibit, and then they cover the rest of it up.
Just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
I want to see how Candace Owens is going to get out of this. Like, because that's some pretty damaging evidence that the state just had. All right, so they're highlighting the rules of hearsay. It says statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following condition is not hearsay. A declarant witness prior statement. The declarant testifies that is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony, or the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or 1B is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to refute an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in the testifying, or identifying a person as someone the declarant perceived earlier.
Wait,
what is this?
what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought you said-
Wait. So what
The
is
Not
this?
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
But normally, like hearsay, like they can kind of overrule hearsay. Let's just say you make a statement prior to being charged with something, and the statement is actually a statement that could be used against you, right? Like you're not making this statement to try to protect yourself. You're making this statement that could be damaging to you, right? So it, you know, it could have some desperation with it, but it's like damaging to you, right? And the courts can look at this like, well, I mean, the person did just really admit that they just did this. You know, is that hearsay? Right? Because you're saying something that's not really something that can really absolve you of it. It's actually damaging, but it's true to the facts. So what could happen? You see what I'm saying? So they could kind of overrule that.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated.
Yo, if Andrew Robinson, if Andrew Wilson would have like hung on that, like the messages and all, bro, he could be smoking her right now.
Or acted in recent
But he didn't. Like PBD is helping him out right now.
improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, you know, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write
things
the
are not in
statements?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at the stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
But even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's
Right now, I got in this particular argument, she's been destroying him this entire point up until now. Now it's like kind of evening out.
just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy.
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop.
Let's get through this ad break.
That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PB Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right? Okay. Let's stay there and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take.
See, ain't nobody breaking this down like this. Hit the like button, hit the hype button.
The pause, that's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
See, now Candace is starting to make a mistake, right? Don't get on the what ifs with this guy. You have to stay on the evidence because he's just going to have fun with it because he's sitting here trying to BS his way through this debate. So keep things on the facts.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside. Parking aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be sec messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here.
That's interesting. Lance, whoever his name is, could have had his login, his passwords, and started. So she's saying, like, is there any evidence presented that Tyler Robinson actually had his phone during those messages? Right? Was he in a whole different location and his phone wasn't there? Was somebody logged into his, his computer sending messages? I don't know. It's kind of interesting that she said that, but I mean, I'm going to be real, man. Like, those messages look very, very guilty. Look like he did something. Like he basically just admitted to everything in the text messages. So kind of going against that evidence that the state has, you got to have some like he was in a whole different location in a whole different state and he had a whole different phone or, you know what I mean? Like, because for what it looks like, Tyler Robinson is cooked for real.
That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea.
Hold on. Somebody said you think both of them would make good lawyers. You think Andrew Wilson would make a good lawyer? This dude is all over the place. He doesn't know what he's doing. The only time he can make a point is when PPD steps in and gives him an alley-oop. Other than that, like, he has very difficult times, like, making any substantial, credible points.
The idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually.
I mean, why would your parents just give you over to the police like that? You see what I'm saying? That's why, like, I think Andrew Wilson is actually making a good point right here. Like, you're flesh and blood here, right? You go to the police and say that confessed? Are you serious? And you know he can face the death penalty? This is your child, right? Unless somebody reached out and made a serious threat to, like, wipe out the whole family, right? Other than that, like, it's going to take a whole lot for a person to give up their son, right? They're not trying to go public. They're not trying to say, well, this is what happened, bro. So I don't know. I think this is an issue that Candace may have with this, like this particular point in the debate. But we will see.
None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for.
But that's another thing, right? This is high profile. Charlie Kirk, what happened to him, right? If you don't say anything and the person that they're looking for is your child, they're under your roof, what you think you're going to be charged with? Harboring a fugitive? Maybe they're going to try to wrap you into it and say you knew about it. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's all kind of, I'm sorry, but I'm going to jail. This is my child. Right? I'm going to jail, bro. I'm harboring my son. I'm sorry. You can get mad. I don't care. I'll take a charge for my child here. I'll probably even say I did it so my child wouldn't go to jail, right? it's just, I don't know. So many things to be going through your mind as like a parent, but for a parent to just be like, he confessed to me that he did it. It's kind of wild here, right? So it's, stuff like that is hard to say Tyler Robinson didn't do it.
They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source. An anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront.
No, watch what she just did. Where's your evidence that the parents turned him in? Right? It's just saying that your son confessed and turning them in is kind of different, right? They could have come to the parents later and then question them. And they could have just be like, well, he confessed to me. That's not bringing him down to the police station, turning him in. Right, or calling the police and getting them to the house to turn them in. So it's like it's a play on words. So it's interesting that she said it like that. But let's listen.
Confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing.
You see what she did? She just shut down him saying that the parents, oh, well, why aren't they coming out and saying that he's innocent? And why are they saying that, he may have done this? And she's shutting down all of that. Well, wait, the parents didn't really actually say anything.
The parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, you know, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if you're
Nothing-
okay.
Wait, why didn't they give her client's phone? Y'all don't think that's suspicious at all?
with
Not
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't
discovery
you
on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents. The parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was
Yo, it's crazy that Candace Owens like lives around me. That's crazy. Like, and she's this popular. This is insane.
signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct.
Charging
What are we
document.
looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it,
to bring.
but why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because
Yep, she's right.
your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true.
He can't throw anything logical out, man. Like, Jesus.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And
What I would have done right there when Candace Owens said that, I would be like, well, just look at what's going on with Nolan Wells. His friends were just sitting with their lawyer with Officer Tatum doing an interview. So what do you mean like no lawyer will advise that? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's ways, and I'm not even a debater, right? But it's so many things she's saying that he can try to like give something to work around, and he's just stuck. I don't know if it's because he's in her vicinity, like he just gave her $300,000. All these fact checks are throwing up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it is, but he seems like he just cannot get it together with her. And it's so many things she's saying, and I'm not saying I can get up there and beat her in a debate. She probably wiped the floor with me in a debate. I'm just saying, like, he's not giving us anything to think that he even knows what he's talking about.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your.
But some people don't want to be public. You got to understand, their child could potentially, depending on how they move with this, face the death penalty. Right? This is your child. This is not like a friend, right? It's your child. They probably got all kind of things like racing through their mind. And obviously they had never really been in public before. And seeing how big this situation is, right? They probably just want to continue their anonymity, live their normal life. They don't want everybody like in their life. Imagine if they start making statements like this. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to have news stations pulling up at their house. People are going to be trying to interview them. You know how we get like spam calls from roofing companies and all of that. If you own a house, like you get all kind of spam. Imagine what kind of calls that they're getting when people can easily access like their phones, right? And just stressing them out all day, every day, making them relive this craziness all day. Some people don't want to go through that.
Your wife, but when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery. You're saying that they didn't receive that information? No.
They don't even have, like, Tyler Robinson's lawyer doesn't even have his phone to be able to extract information from the phone. So they're obviously not giving discovery. They're not giving information.
Just received the text messages, but in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
You see how flustered he is, bro. This is not the trial. This is a probative hearing. Like, look how shaky he is, bro. Like, this dude don't know nothing, bro.
Saying that they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there,
so they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of them.
So you got a problem with her throwing up a bunch of reasoning as to why he possibly didn't do this. Showing the faulty evidence of a blurry vehicle, showing that Tyler Robinson looks nothing like that dude that was in the staircase. Throwing up evidence that was talked about in court by, I guess, the forensic analysis, saying that the DNA evidence of Tyler Robinson was more degraded than all the other fingerprints, and it was like 5 other fingerprints on the firearm. So her putting stuff out there like is a problem by questioning some of this like odd thing. And then the charges, what he's being charged with doesn't normally warrant the death penalty, right? Because normally it's like 1st-degree murder, it's this and that, and right? That would bring on the death penalty. And then her showing you like the charges, what he's getting and how weird that. So all of that makes no sense to you. It's just like, she's just gotta, pander to you guys that think he's just completely guilty, right? It's just like, come on, This is ridiculous, bro. I don't think this dude knows anything.
Of laws about conspiracies, they see them everywhere. We both know this.
Why do you guys keep saying in the comments that he turned his comments off? I went to his Twitter. He's still got his comments on.
Right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So
Yeah, you're allowed to have independent thought. And that's the issue that's going on, right? With Andrew Wilson. Like, if you don't believe in the collective, right, you're wrong. You're crazy. You're loony. And it's not only Andrew Wilson. PBD feels the same way, right? It's like his platform is geared on destroying Candace Owens. And she's welcomed him into her house. And he's, acting as the referee. Right. These guys are trying to push a narrative. And a lot of these guys, like the PPD, right? He's not really against Benjamin Netanyahu. Right. Andrew Wilson's going to Turning Point USA. Why is he over there? Right. And they're teaching him how to debate. And, he's trying to learn different strategies before he gets into a debate. All of a sudden, he gets $300,000 to debate Candace Owens. Nobody's thinking about that. What side are these guys really on? Are they trying to push narratives? Or are they really trying to, advocate for independent thought to figure out what's going on?
But anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think somebody said his Twitter replies, he's got his comments off. I just went to a few of his tweets. His comments are still on. Just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason,
So it's okay
Andrew,
when
why
he
are
does
you
it.
convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
You see, every time Andrew Wilson gets jammed up and he starts doing that, just talking points that make no sense, PBD, because remember, PBD does not like Candace Owens, right? He doesn't. His co-host goes off on her all of the time talking about she's a conspiracy theorist. She's right. They are upset that she went against right-wing ideology right now. So they've been trying to tear her apart. So in order to make Andrew Wilson feel comfortable with all of this, PBD is now the debate referee. But notice what PBD is doing. He's trying to aid Andrew Wilson every time he makes a mistake, right? And then now he comes up with, oh, well, this is a filing that's showing that the defense actually got all of the discovery, right? So this is another way that he's trying to help Andrew Wilson, because it looks like he needs help.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Bro, Andrew Wilson's comments are on his Twitter. What are you talking about? Why do you keep saying that? Like I went to like tons of his tweets earlier. He just did one, crispy bacon is better, and I just commented on that. You can comment on his tweets, bro. His tweets are, let me show you. Before we get back to this, let me show you, bro. Like, so why do you keep saying his comments are off and they're not off? I literally just commented saying that Candace is cooking you. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You just keep saying the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was.
Candace is flustered right here, right? Because she didn't expect them to have that, to show that the defense has given up. I mean, the prosecution, everything gave them everything in the discovery. All right. She didn't know that. Now, they could have given her everything, or given the defense everything in the discovery, but then as time goes on, you might get more information. Right. So I don't know, like that could be something that's interesting. But right now, I think PBD came in with the sledgehammer to hit her, right, and knock her off kilter because Andrew Wilson couldn't do it.
There's an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is, as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the preliminary.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having
a
a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide that
claims.
it trips into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination.
Somebody said his Instagram. Okay, his Instagram. That's different. Maybe he does have them off on Instagram, but Twitter and YouTube they're still on.
You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
I'll check.
You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is
substance.
me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well,
Look, dude in the chat, are you like upset that he's getting destroyed? And this dude's like, well, get the comments off. I mean, what like whose side are you on here? Candace or his side? I don't know. But he does have his comments off on Instagram. His comments are still on his biggest platforms, Twitter, and they're on YouTube. So maybe, I mean, okay, he's got his comments on. A lot of people have their comments off on Instagram now, or they have it to where their friends can just reply. Maybe that's more personal to him as Instagram. I don't know. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying his big platforms that people normally go on and talk on, the comments are on.
There lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be
or that it could be that. It could be like he just, maybe that's because I think I got like 58,000 followers on TikTok. I've got 28,000 followers on Twitter. I've got 133,000 followers on here. I only have like 7,000 something followers on Instagram. But my main one that I'm always on that I check is Twitter, right? So a lot of people just, they're biased on which platforms they check and deal with. But it seems like he's more active on Twitter than he is Instagram. So maybe Instagram could be the one that he checks the comments and stuff. I don't know.
Convinced.
And he don't want to deal with it. But I mean, it's everywhere. He's getting, like, everybody's talking about this, like he lost this bad on Twitter.
Up to this point, all of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust.
Hold on real quick. Everybody that's in here, there is a reason why sometimes comments get turned off on Twitter. A celebrity told me this. You guys know 50 Cent followed me. Like, different people like who are real popular, like, followed me before, right? This happened when I got into it with rapper Young Buck, right? Some people turn off the comments on their Instagram because sometimes the Instagram comments can get like kind of crazy, right? And Instagram is still meta, right? And they don't allow certain type of talk like they do on Twitter or they do on YouTube. YouTube, you can be a little bit more free with what you say. You can't really be free with what you say on TikTok. They pull everything down. Twitter, you can be free. YouTube, you can be a little bit freer. But Instagram, like, even when people, because I've had things pulled from Instagram that wasn't even bad. But if you check the comments section, people was talking crazy. It's happened a lot to people. So it could be, maybe him not wanting to lose his Instagram and see him. Maybe he's getting warnings and I don't know what it is. And he's just like, I'm pulling the comments. Drake does it sometimes. So it's just, people do that. But, the other platforms, like the ones that everybody really get on and congregate and talk, those are still up. But I do feel like he's getting cooked. I think he's being destroyed. Everybody knows that.
This topic first of our actual debate claims, I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
Tyler
But I
Robinson.
am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever?
Yo, they immediately paved over the crime scene. I'm about to check to see if this is true.
This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday.
She's not lying, bro. Bro, why did they do that? It said, why was the ground repaved 2 days after Charlie Kirk's assassination? It says workers were photographed and filmed installing concrete pavers and removing grass at the Utah Valley University courtyard where Charlie Kirk was fatally shot. prompting viral claim that the crime scene had been erased only days after the unaliving. Federal and university authorities say the investigation continued, and the FBI released materials about the shooting, while reporting also shows the university planned an independent review of the event and its security. Facts that complicate both the official explanation and the online conspiracy claims. What the visual record shows: cleaning and new pavers at the shooting site. Photographs and licensed Reuters footage document workers removing turf and installing concrete pavers in a Sorensen student center courtyard where Kirk was popped. While visibly construction activity occurring soon after the attack, a separate viral video circulating showing where social posts described as a crime scene being scrubbed, cleaned, and rebuilt, with amplified public alarm about the rapid change to the site. Official posture investigation ongoing, even as the site was altered. The FBI maintained an active investigation and publicly released video and updates about the suspect and the scene in the days after the shooting, indicating federal involvement while campus work appeared underway. Utah Valley University announced plans for an independent review of the circumstances surrounding the event and said campus police had a role in security, signaling institutional scrutiny, concurred with site remediation. Practical reasons: institutions sometimes alter outdoor sites quickly after violent crimes. News reporting confirms large crowds and complex logistics at the event. Thousands attended, though planners anticipated far fewer, and UVU acknowledged it would review security operations while... I mean, bro, why did y'all repave that? Like, why did y'all do that? Like, right up, bro, are they covering something up, bro? I'm just asking the question. Bottom line, why the grounds was repaved 2 days later, what is supposed and what remains unknown. Based on available reports, the immediate provable fact is that crews installed pavers and removed grass at the courtyard days after the shooting, and that this activity sparked controversy. I mean, she's not lying, bro. They did that. That's weird, bro.
The dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people...
So it's not just the pavers. They destroyed, like somebody just said it in the comments, they destroyed the evidence. Like, why would they do that, bro? They made sure to get rid of like grass and all. Like, man, come on, bro. Days later, they couldn't even, bro, this is a high profile hit. This is not like some D-list celebrity hit, right? Like, this dude is like the head of Turning Point USA, right? Everybody knows him in the political sphere, and he gets hit like that. And this is big, major public, and y'all put pavers down like that. That makes no sense to me, bro. This like leads more credence to what she's saying, why she's asking questions like this. And then it's not even like the local police. It's like the FBI is involved in this. So wait, y'all are just putting pavers down and everything while the FBI is actively investigating? Man, come on, bro.
At and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying... And
remember, UVU is supposed to be doing the internal investigation because they have police on campus. Right? Man, like that, this sound like... I mean, now it makes more sense, bro. Why she be asking questions like this? Because it's like, they're not going to put this out in the trial and talk about all of this in the mainstream media that's controlled by certain forces. They're not going to talk about this. If it's not for a person like Candace Owens, a lot of these things that are very, very troubling, right? That could point towards a conspiracy, you would never even know. If we being honest, if you just let PBD talk about it, or if you let Andrew Wilson talk about it, or if you let Erica Kirk talk about it, you just would never know what was going on. So I don't know, man. Like, she's right about a whole lot of stuff.
Sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something?
I mean, what? All right, I'm sorry.
I was expecting, here we have him. He took the shot. Here it is. And then I'd be like, great. A clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing. But here's
so what Candace Owens is basically doing is she's showing you guys like you could be, like the whole Watergate situation, the JFK situation, like all of this, right? We didn't live through that, right? We lived through the pandemic, right? But we didn't live through a lot of these other conspiracies, right? Who killed Martin Luther King, all of that. And, we didn't live through that. She's basically showing you in real time you can be living through one right now. And these are all of the troubling facts that are here that when you put everything down on the table, it's kind of, it's not looking clear cut here. You could be living through a conspiracy and I'm just calling it out while it's going on.
Of people saying,
but you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with
and then imagine once this case is resolved, right? He's gonna get the death penalty, right? Once it's resolved, what do you think is gonna happen to the records? Right? Once they can get him on because somebody's gotta be the patsy, right? Maybe Tyler Robinson really did it. I don't know. But, what if he didn't do it and he's just a patsy? What do you think what do you think is going to start happening to evidence? What do you think is going to start happening to records? Like, come on, bro. We got, politicians deleting emails. We got all kind of look at all these people that might not have done what they are on death row. Or some people have lost their life on death row, right? Executed or whatever that didn't do it, right? You find out later, right? Are people going to be able to find all this stuff out in time to get him off of death row? If he is convicted and put on there, or is it a better idea to just put all this stuff out now so people can see what's going on before the trial, right? And then people can make their own opinions, about what they think.
The murder weapon.
But once it's all sealed and it's done, I don't know. I think it's going to be very, very hard to find everything again. I think that's what could happen. And so it's good for a person, whether or not you think she's right or wrong, it's good for her to point out a lot of the inconsistencies that the state is bringing up, right? In a sense, she is helping the defense. She is, because she's got a major channel, a big following, and a lot of people following her in this case. So with that, maybe the defense attorney might hear some of her podcasts, get some ideas from her. I don't know.
You're right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is
patsy,
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of their.
I'm watching the comments. Somebody in the comment section just said it. From Khan said, Candace proved enough reasonable doubt to demand a better investigation and the honest take for everyone.
Being a patsy, that's what it would take for me.
Okay,
just I
don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this.
But you haven't followed any evidence at all. Like, don't let because PBD, look at PBD's face right now. He doesn't like Candace. He's trying to give Andrew Wilson a bunch of outs, right? He's throwing him alley-oops. So it's two people against one. This is what this is about, right? But when Andrew Wilson is addressing Candace Owens, he cannot throw any facts out. He cannot like debate anything she says. Even when she throws facts out, he don't want to hear them. He's just convinced in his mind that beyond a reasonable doubt, Tyler Robinson is guilty. Despite the forensic analysis, despite all of that. Even what was the ATF? They said that they couldn't, there wasn't enough of the projectile, not the projectile, but the bullet fragment wasn't enough of them for them to do the proper analysis to determine that that actually came from Tyler Robinson's rifle. Remember, that was like all in the news. You know, it's she didn't bring up that point, right? And this guy's a gunsmith. So it's so much, bro. He don't want to hear.
It's really important to me. I don't mind people being true.
Exactly. Somebody in the comments section. Normally I just respond to super chats, but I'm responding to y'all. So hit the like button. He said he's that one hung juror. Yeah.
Seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And
I can't wait for this. Erica Curtin.
I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you
something.
But
if she can't talk and give substantial information and you just want one word answers, you're trying to depose her. That's what it is.
I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you some questions.
If you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the question.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. Yeah. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
How are you debating? And you just told her, like, yo, I just want a straight answer and I don't want. And she trying to talk. And you like, bro, she ain't your kid. I'm trying to be impartial, bro. But this dude is so difficult to try to. Oh, my God.
This is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure. So I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because but
do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things.
Even Ben Shapiro coming out, like, being a weirdo. It's like, man, this is like he's like the savior now. Like, this is like the weirdest thing, bro. Like, I can see why people think Israel had involvement. I'm not gonna even lie.
Do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the
when he was clearly trying to get away from them.
president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Yeah, whatever. The video is probably going to be in Andrew Wilson's favor because PPD doesn't like Candace Owens. I'm going to play it.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So she
If they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also...
He got you. He got you, Candace.
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
But you see, like I've been saying, like throughout this entire debate, Andrew Wilson starts slipping up, messing up, falling off, right? And she starts like getting the ups on him. And then PBD comes in and he'll throw out something to give Andrew Wilson an alley-oop is what he did again.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that
So this is like a 20v1 really. Like it's just Candace versus both of those. So don't think because PPD is sitting there as the referee, he's not helping Andrew Wilson because he is.
handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence.
And he has not shown one thing. I actually showed one thing to help Candace, but everything else he's been showing to help Andrew Wilson.
Okay,
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have
confidence
confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away.
That they killed him.
I want to
said
hear this.
This is
Go
why
ahead,
people
though.
think they're involvement.
If they have the clip, they can play the clip. They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the clip.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Yeah, so Candace is lying, right? So Candace was saying like, oh, well, because I got evidence. I said, from the evidence I got from the person that's why I said it. No, you didn't. You just said you think, right? And with full confidence. So they got you on that, Candace. I ain't gonna lie.
My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
Now watch how Candace Owens tries to spin out of this.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you didn't start by saying, like, I got this information and it's evidence from a person. You just said, like, with whole confidence, I believe that they had something to do with this. This is what you said, Candace. I'm just being fair.
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with
So now Candace is trying to talk over him. This shows that Andrew Wilson actually got her on that point, which really it was PPD, right, that got her. But now she's trying to talk over so her audience doesn't feel like she's losing this part of the debate.
the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
think. It's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
He got you, Candace. He got you on this one. Let him cook. Let him cook, Candace.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that
Somebody in the comments said he not going to let that one go. No, he not.
Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah, this is very pertinent in the debate. Like, he's right about that, Candace.
That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mm-hmm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were
They're trying to get her to give up her sources. That's what he's trying to do.
involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
so it's
doubt
not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking very pertinent
You're sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't
You've been trying to regulate how she responds to questions the entire time, Andrew Wilson.
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they want.
Whatever it is that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full.
That one point he did get her on. She got him like most of this debate. We're an hour and 52 minutes in, but he did get her on that point.
Confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask
possible.
a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. That's.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPO?
Oh, hold on. Oh, let me show y'all this. Hold on. Let me repost this so y'all can see this, right? So Anna, right? Let me see if it Andrew Wilson. Hold on, let me do it like this, because I want to repost this so y'all can see it. So Twitter don't mess this up. So Anna Kasparian, right, is going in on Andrew Wilson right now. Here we go. All right, so it says, I don't know if you guys can see this. It says, how does one agree to pay $300,000 to debate a criminal case when they don't even know what the suspect is charged with? What is that? Yo! Oh Oh man, she's with TYT. Andrew Robinson I'm sorry, I keep saying Andrew Robinson. Andrew Wilson gets on there. He says 300,000 was nothing to me to prove Candace had no evidence for any of her claims. Yo, this is crazy, bro. I'm about to retweet that, bro.
Oh, we don't had a relationship with Charlie.
Who?
No, her relationship. Like this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Well, then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get
she didn't give it
the
to
information? More of the information, because it was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question, and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
And Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got
saying
it.
the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But when
government.
he did- but when he did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to. I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, All the marshals believe it's a conspiracy. All the police believe it's a conspiracy. Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? If I just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions?
what are
Where?
you
Like at a
talking
police
about?
station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle
Yeah,
here.
a lawsuit.
Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100 million
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play
Wants to play a video, if you don't mind. There's a video.
of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And
this is how he should have led with a lot of this stuff during the beginning of the debate. And then it would the optics would be a little bit different because for an hour and 53 minutes, Candace Owens was cooking him. Now we 2 hours and 5 minutes in and the table seemed to be turning a little bit. He's putting her in the hot seat.
And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't.
Let's hit the like button, guys, so people can see this.
Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not.
Oh, no, exactly. This is how Andrew Wilson sounds to me. One of you guys in the comments just said it. I don't know what you mean. Tell me more. That's all he's doing. Like, he doesn't really know anything, bro. Like, this PPD is like basically giving him everything that he needs to try to win. And then he ends up bombing everything.
Part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George.
She was in her bubble with George. You guys know how much her husband's worth. Let me show y'all this. Candace Owens. Husband net worth. Yeah, she was in a bubble with him. He is worth. So Candace has got a net worth of $7 million. I think he's worth like $100 million or something like that. It's something crazy. Like he's from like this super echelon family. I'll be checking on it.
George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019.
He's worth $180 million. Yes, she was smitten with him. Yes, she wanted to keep pushing out babies to secure the bag. Look at that diamond on her hand here. Candace is no dummy. All right, she know what to do.
George and I were planning our marriage, so George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending.
Wait a minute. So Erica Kirk never had a problem with you. Bro, I've seen Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens around each other a whole lot. Now, he's in a relationship with Erica Kirk. And if you're a guy in here, you've got a girl. Your girl is going to get jealous, right? My girl gets jealous even if she sees me talking to somebody about something like doesn't even have anything to do with anything. You mean to tell me Erica Kirk never felt any type of way about you being around her husband 4 days a week? Y'all going on road trips together, y'all flying together, y'all joking around bro, it's all kind of videos showing them together, bro. Like, so I'm wondering if Charlie may have told her one day, like, man, why is she jealous? Like, me and you was just cool or whatever, and that may have rubbed Candace the wrong way. What y'all think? You be a little messy here.
Anytime getting to know Erica, per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
She said, "You're just allowed to say stuff." Who knew?
and by
ask
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because
That is crazy. He thinks all women are retarded, and she literally cooked him for an hour and 53 minutes. And he lost like every aspect of the debate up until that point, up until he started like having PBD post clips of some things that she said.
you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
You're online calling somebody retarded in front of hundreds of thousands of followers. You don't think that's going to bother people, Andrew Wilson?
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the
Still do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So
No, and then he just so happens to get a Candace Owens interview, right?
I went down and did some debate. That's the first.
What side is he on? He's on Turning Point USA. So they turned him out, bro. He went to Turning Point USA and they turned him out. Andrew Wilson, he got turned out, bro. Now he's all on their side.
Time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said
Magically $300,000 just to give to Candace Owens for an interview. Man, he got turned out, bro.
sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths,
But you're calling them retarded and saying they're ran by fembots, and you don't think you think you're not demonizing them. Bro, these the Mayo Man is
that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just
why is he shaking like that? Can somebody tell me?
Simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They
where
don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence that you're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first of
I want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
I think Candace just basically said you got turned out, bro.
Critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them.
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I'm sat down with Erica. Now I'm even more critical about her. Like, you know, just because you meet with somebody doesn't mean you start being soft on them. That's an indication that they turned you out, bro.
Case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them.
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah.
I debate against
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is-
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
Why does he want her to stop asking questions? Why does he want her to stop showing the state's inconsistencies? Why does he want her to stop trying to find out what happened to her friend? Because they were actually friends. She's not playing about that. There's tons of evidence that shows that they were friends, and he's sent her like mad text messages about mad different things. You don't just send that to some random person, you know? So I don't know. She's asking questions.
Why?
because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You want
they
to
don't have a
protect?
parent. They don't have a
And then Erica Kirk like immediately starts embracing Israel when her husband was trying to get away from them. And then she just takes over Turning Point USA. It's like, bro, it's so. But then she buys a jogging suit like within 24 hours of Charlie Kirk being unalived. None of this is like questionable. State's evidence is like finicky at best. You know, the rifle has degraded fingerprints of Tyler Robinson, all of this stuff. Like she can't like put any of this stuff out in public. Like you want to just stop talking and we should believe the government when the government's been lying for as long as they've existed with some of the biggest conspiracy cases. Look at the JFK case. Like, look, they had to wait till almost everybody was not on Earth anymore before they released a little bit of information. They still haven't even released the information. Look how the government is treating this, the Epstein situation, right? You can't even say it or you get shadow banned, right? So look how they're treating that, right? Giving you a little bit of information and hiding things and won't talk about it. And you see what I'm saying? And then you had like the, Pam Bondi talking about, oh, look at these binders. We're about to release all this information. But then, you know, Trump's name is in there and then now they don't want to say anything. And it's like, come on.
You want to
parent and they've
protect?
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally
It is
rational
both.
and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would
It's
be
both.
both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
She never said that. You said that, Andrew Wilson. You said that she's the biggest girl boss. Like you got basically she's got the biggest platform, the biggest voice. You said that. She didn't say that.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not.
No. she brought up the fact that you were hard on Turning Point USA. You called Erica Kirk retarded. You said that place is ran by fembots. You said a lot of disparaging things about Turning Point USA. All of a sudden, you go in there and you're asking them for debate advice, right? And asking them about different facts involving what's been going on, right? And then all of a sudden, you got $300,000 just to give to Candace Owens for an interview, right? But what Candace is saying, like, you had a lot of criticisms for them. You go over there, they turn you out, you come out, and now you're asking her questions trying to defend Erica Kirk. You go on a Joe Rogan podcast and you're trying to soften up the blow for Erica Kirk and give reasoning as to why she took over, Turning Point and all of this different stuff. It's singing a whole new tune. So Candace is saying, like, I sat down with Erica Kirk, I still talk about her, right? But you, for some reason, you go over there and now you have a whole different tune. This is what she's telling you. You just don't want to hear it.
Qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position.
Has he been critical of Turning Point USA we've been watching this for hours, right? 2 hours and 17 minutes. He has not said one bad thing about Turning Point USA, other than agreeing that he did call Erica Kirk retarded. Other than that, or in agreeing that he did say that they were ran by fembots. Other than that, you say, I said it. It's just tongue in cheek when I say it, right? But he hasn't said it. He hasn't questioned anything. He hasn't shown any inconsistencies. He hasn't done any of that.
Position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most?
It's fine to reach out to them, right? But it's one thing when you reach out to them and you come out a completely different character, right? You can come out the same person, but just say, I have a little bit more understanding of what's going on or whatever. Not try to $300,000 and you trying to just prove Turning Point USA or Erica Kirk ain't do nothing. Like, how come you guys can't have like a logical debate on some of the facts that's out there? It's just like, you are there for Turning Point USA. This is what this looks like to me.
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
But to be fair, with the Erica Kirk situation, right? Everybody grieves differently. Not everybody's going to grieve the same way. Some people feel like burying themselves in work to avoid the realities of situations that's going on. And maybe that could be her way of grieving. I don't think she's grieving at all, honestly. Like buying like jogging stuff from Aloe or whatever, like 24 hours after it, and talking about, it's time to go shopping and all, like, that's a little weird to me. And then embracing some of the people that Charlie Kirk was trying to get away from, that's kind of weird to me. You know what I mean? And then making sure that Charlie Kirk couldn't sleep in the same bed as you the night before he went to that university to do the debate. Remember, she was trying to get him to sleep on the couch or something like that, or to stay with his daughter for a minute and sleep on the couch or whatever, because she wanted him to be ready because he was so excited for the debate that he was going to have the next day. She didn't want anything to boggle his mind, which Charlie Kirk debates all the time. Right. So, I mean, it's not anything for him to go to the University, Utah, or whatever, and do a debate. It's not a big deal for him. Why was she trying to just stay away from him? Scared somebody's going to come in that house, like making sure he was away from her like that night. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And then there was a text message from Charlie Kirk that he sent to Candace Owens saying, I think it's over. Right. Talking about their relationship. It's a lot of things, right? She hasn't even touched on it. She talked about it. She showed in different podcasts.
Like, you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how it's complicit?
your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to
Everybody hit the like button, man. They're trying to suppress this video.
Erica immediately?
So do you?
And Candace is getting the money for this video, so just hit the like button. It's not like I'm trying to get a whole bunch of money out of this.
Believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like, you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I
it's-
think
Nah, he wants to do it. I didn't prepare the clip thing, man. Why are you stopping her mid-sentence? That is a little weird. He's doing that, bro. I ain't gonna even lie.
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here, because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're
I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John
believe-
Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay,
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you
can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
But bullets this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
the
shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
I just watched an event that happened when Charlie Kirk was unalived. I didn't see all that stuff you're talking about.
Good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that
Ooh. Oh my! And this is a guy that took out Osama bin Laden, ain't it?
no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk. They were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved the
Bro, and then they paved the place 2 days later. Like, Candace might be right about a lot of this.
over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just
real time.
assuming
You
this,
can't,
right?
You can't
If I was in real time and I was in like a
I just watched the video. He's actually right about this.
close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minutes.
We can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on.
He is not about to let this go. When he has a point on her, he's like, yeah, but in this case,
on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially
yo, it's not really about her cashing in on Charlie's death. She's bringing a lot of awareness and attention. If Candace isn't talking about this, who would? Like, if something happened to me, I would want my friend to, if they know something is wrong, to be as loud as they can about it. I don't care if they make money doing it. Like, I want them to, like, tell the truth. And if people are around me that could have been complicit, I want them to, like, air it out. I don't care. Like, so a lot of people are worried about the money that she makes. I don't care about that. And people don't even realize she's married to somebody that's worth like 180 million dollars is what her husband is worth. So she's making some bread off of this. Let's be real. I mean, it is what it is. But let's not act like she's broke and she needs to do this. She can talk about anything. She can talk about Macron, Bridget. She can talk about anything and still like have her viewership, right? But, she feels some things that are not accurate, right? And she's running with the story. And I'm not really mad at her. Some people actually need friends like this. A lot of you guys have friends that when you pass, they'll have a t-shirt made and that's it. Some people just go to the wake or the funeral and that's it. Throw a flower on you and you get lowered down, that's it. Then you get some people that want to figure out what happened to you because they actually care about you. And she's one of them. So let's not just be mad at her because she's making some coins, right? She's talking about things and she's bringing it into some light. And you got to think 4 million people just seen this. This is how big she is. 4 million people just on her channel seen this. Not to mention all of the hundreds of thousands of views is circulating on Twitter. She's responding to things. And when she talks on Twitter, it's crazy traction, right? So this is everywhere. A lot of people starting to clip this up, talk about it. I think I'm one of the first to kind of do like videos, like breaking down the debate, but it's everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. So without her doing this, she got 78,000 comments in this video, 193,000 likes. That's a lot of people want to hear this. It's not like she getting like 2,000 views or something like that and she put it out. I mean, she's going to make money as a byproduct of being who she is, regardless of what she does. Right. And then who would she donate the money to? Erica Kirk? But we see what she doing. So let her work through this. It is what it is.
Officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
No,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
They all sent him here to do Erica Kirk's dirty work, bro. That's what it looked like to me, allegedly.
Goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
Bringing it up.
Straight to jail for questioning at least Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight to jail?
yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for.
He's actually right about this. How do you know she hasn't been sat down and she just doesn't want to make that public? Imagine being Erica Kirk and you already think because this lady that doesn't like you, Candace Owens, that gets millions of views per video. She get 1 million views on a video talking about you. Right? A lot of people panic if somebody gets 10,000 views talking about them. But she got 1 million people watching her go in on you, and then she thinks that you had something to do with it. If the FBI sat down with you and asked you questions about what happened the night before, this and that happened to Charlie Kirk or the local police or whatever, if she puts that information out What do you think is going to happen on the internet? You know, so I don't know. Like, he kind of got a point. You don't know if she's been sat down
for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because during points like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and
nobody-
you defend Erica, and I have to say,
But wouldn't the local police or the FBI, whoever's investigating it, or the Utah, whatever, but wouldn't they, the university would really just investigate the crime scene or whatever. But wouldn't the FBI and people try to bring her in for questioning and just have a public record of it, or a record of that they talked to her? Right? There's no record.
I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of
Overall, in this debate, she's beat him overall. But he has made some points on her.
Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
one
7
more.
days.
That's what the
We got
whole
one
beginning
more.
was.
We were
Let's
getting
Go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more.
Bro, they spent like the whole beginning talking about the Patsies. Yo, is Andrew Wilson kind of losing it a little bit?
More clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
What does him lying about being in the military have anything to do with the debate? Because I see people in the chat like, well, he lied and said he was in the military. What does that have to do with the debate about Erica Kirk or the Patsy situation or what she said on her show that has nothing to do with anything.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, somebody in the comment section said it, and I think this is what's going on. It says she just derailed the entire debate by not even engaging. And then somebody else said he was trying to get her caught up in a lawsuit. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Like he's trying to get her to admit certain things and show certain clips that can get her in trouble, you know, because she's not just saying like, I think or allegedly. These are like, he's showing like some of the claims, the strong claims that she made, right? That people can sue her off of. Takes them a while to pull up the clip.
Your team told me they had it. So
that's what I heard. Okay,
come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I
Twiggs
can't hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just tell
DNA
me what
on
it
the
says.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
and to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
doesn't.
saying, like,
it doesn't.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I
Because you don't want to present it to her right now because she could refute you, is what it is. So you want to put it on your show. That way you can paint a picture of her. Is what's going on.
also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary.
Because you see what Andrew Wilson's been doing. He's been taking a whole lot of things she's been saying out of context with gotcha clips. And then she's got to go back and she's got to like tell you the substance of why she was leading to saying that, right? And they don't even let the sentences complete. They just cut the clip before she can like really get into what's going on.
You keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
He doesn't even know the charges.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make
name
sure that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is
He's turning red because he does not know these charges. She's about to smoke him. Watch this.
overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go ahead.
name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
He can't even name one, y'all.
I'm happy to do
She's about to name all of them.
that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
This dude.
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got
It's
to.
not-
You don't even know the charges, Andrew Wilson. She's trying to tell you the charges and you cutting her off. Like, oh, you're going to list the charge. She's trying to tell you the charges and why the charge doesn't, like, why you shouldn't be convicted of get the death penalty because of the charge. She's trying to go through all of this and he's trying to cut her off when he don't even know the charges.
Sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, so
He's
you're going to
doing
get
it.
embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is
She
them.
just told
Obstruction
you!
of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the
He's retarded. I'm sorry, guys. Like, this dude is just something is not right with him. I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I mean, he's just not getting it here.
distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move
She
to the final
smoked
statements,
him.
I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your
She smoked him.
team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
She
So
said that.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
and that was a downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several.
Bro, you just got embarrassed. She knew the charges. You didn't know the charges. You kept trying to cut her off. You kept trying to put your fingers up. You kind of tried to put her on the timer. She knew the charges. You knew none of the charges. Then because you got embarrassed because you didn't know the charges and she knew the charges and you had PPD put up the charges and the charges were what she said that they were. Now you're trying to say, oh, you sure that nobody sent you a text and like this dude is a blabbering fool. And then she gives PPD her phone and he can't find anybody messaging her anything about this debate. So he got double embarrassed, bro.
Times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is a
well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficient.
So basically, he doesn't know anything. And it's every time she says something, he just asks, well, why this? Why that? Like that old debate strategy to where, like, I don't have anything sufficient to really challenge you on and to throw facts to support my argument. But every time you say something, I'm just going to ask you. And this is what Charlie Kirk would do when he would debate people. He would just if he starts losing a point, he would just say, well, what's this and what's that? And he would try to get people to fall into that. And then it's a way for him to control their thought of what they're doing when he's losing and to get people off of the original points. Right. Charlie Kirk would do that all the time. And this is a debate strategy that right now. And it's funny because Andrew Wilson went to Turning Point USA to get debate tips, right, to prepare for the debate. And this is what he's doing. He's doing a classic Charlie Kirk. that's not winning this argument. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have to substantiate your argument, not just keep saying, well, what's this or what that, what this, like, it's not going to win the argument. That's why she beat you like most of this debate.
Answered your question about how I got
All
the
right,
information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing his, knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes. And I do believe that that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam.
One thing that Andrew Wilson, he should have been doing with her. It's like, well, okay, so you talked about, the fingerprints, and one of them, Tyler Robinson, being disintegrated or whatever, as not being like really strong on the firearm and all that. But can you explain to me, like, why there are text messages between Tyler Robinson and various people of him like admitting what he did, right? Like, stay on that with her. Like, why are you not doing that? Like, I think she flustered him so much that he's just going to the classic, well, what is it? And just keep questioning her on what she's saying.
But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you.
Well, I'm not adding.
Hold, like I said, you hold the prosecution.
But she's a YouTuber. She's not going to call the merchant and do all of this stuff. She can, but they're not going to give her any information. She doesn't have like a warrant, you know what I mean? Or a subpoena, I should say, for information. So I don't know, man. Like, this dude, I don't think Andrew Wilson is very smart. I think he gets around. Like, I think he fixes the stage, right? Like, he'll have women that he knows is not really that intelligent, and this flies, right, on his show. He did get smoked by one woman, and I'm going to do a whole different video on that. I think he thought she wasn't smart, but she ended up, like, destroying him. It's on my Twitter, right? And maybe I'll get into that. But it's opened my eyes to him. Like, he's not really that smart. When you have a show and you can pick your guests and pay your guests to come on or whatever, you know the intellect of the people that's coming on, right? You know if they're smart or they're not. And I think him and Myron Gaines positions themselves around people that they feel like they have, a superior intellect over. And then they run the show like that to make themselves seem smarter. That's what I think they do. And I think he has been getting away with that until he got in front of that one lady that just smoked him. It's on my Twitter. And then he got in front of Candace Owens, and she's been smoking him.
To a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do
adding
to people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know that.
She got him again. Like, a receipt? You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you're following the receipt. Like, he went to Turning Point USA. They told him the talking points to go off of and how to debate her. That's what they did. He magically has $300,000 to give her to sit down with her and to try to use her words against her, to try to get her to give up her sources. This is what this is about, allegedly. All right, that's what it looks like to me.
I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
Splitting
you
hairs.
Didn't, no, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't know
at all.
any of
That's
the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else?
Somebody in the comments section said this, right? June, right? Said Andrew claimed why the family didn't correct the false statement and yet didn't have the same opinion on Charlie Kirk's wife claim about no text ever being sent to anyone of any threat. Another thing, why did Charlie Kirk's wife text what was it? Some of his ops saying, I think it's over. Like why'd she say that too? Both of them said, because Charlie Kirk had text Candace Owens saying, I think it's over. And people are construing that to mean the relationship between him and Erica Kirk, right? Oh, no, Erica Kirk sent somebody a message saying, I don't think he's going to do it or whatever. She was more concerned about, some kind of engagement or what was going on, right? Why was that? The people he was trying to get away from. So why was that? It's so many things, bro. This case is so weird.
It would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway.
Well, she talked to the owner, and the owner said he was there. Now, Candace can be saying anything. Let's keep it real, right? She ain't 100% right with everything. She could just say anything to support her own narrative.
Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything, and I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this?
And that quick, she got 300,000.
And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. Shouldn't have a single claim.
She had a whole lot of things she was talking about. Right? Like when the forensic evidence she talked about. When she talked about what she brought up, what was the hearsay like trials, what or the hearsay hearing, what was going on in there to disprove a lot of his points. She brought up a whole lot of stuff. Like, what is he talking about?
She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence.
So he came up here to support Israel. Come on, bro. He goes to Turning Point USA. He's going there asking her questions about Charlie Kirk. He's going there trying to disprove that Israel had any involvement in it. Bro, they turned him. When he went to Turning Point, they turned him out, bro. That's what happened. They turned him out. Go there, allegedly. Go there and ask her these questions. Stay on these questions. Come on, bro. You dealing with some powerful people. Turning Point USA, man, they in bed with Israel, bro. Like, this is what it is. We all know that. Like, so I don't know. I think they turned him out, bro. And now they can use his platform. I don't know what he's getting paid or compensated or promised. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they didn't. Maybe he just had he went over there. It was a great conversation. He barely even talked to Erica Kirk, just gave her a hug, right? And then went and got some debate tips. Like, why is he? This is the same guy that called Erica Kirk retarded. This is the same guy that said that Turning Point USA is being ran by femboys. Same guy. But then he goes over there and he magically has 300,000 just to give away to Candace Owens for a 3-hour sit-down interview. Right? And he's defending Erica Kirk and he's defending Israel. Are y'all serious right now? This is insane.
That France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning. Or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. And it's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a
First time I've
conclusion.
heard her back
Admitting
away.
somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this.
He was not fair at all.
It's what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can.
All right, so it's over. So let's just see what they're saying in the comments. Somebody said, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, Candace. So it's 30,000 people that like that comment. Tell me you are a Trojan horse without telling me you are a Trojan horse. Another one is I'm at 0%. Somebody said, I don't know why my wife said that. That's a Candace stand. Somebody said, Candace, did you have a dream? Just kidding, right? I thought that was funny. Candace liked that one. Wow, Andrew just proved to me how worried they are about Candace. And then said, I blocked all three of my... Shut up, weirdo. Somebody says, Dang, I was in such a rush to watch this that I forgot my screwdriver on a rooftop. Pretending Candace and Andrew are on the same level is embarrassing. And somebody said, I don't often pay $300,000 to humiliate myself, but when I do, I know the charges. Somebody said, Andrew thought he would school Candace, but sir, she is the principal. $300,000 just to get publicly humiliated is a new level of stupidity. Dude's foot was tapping out Morse code. I digress. And then somebody said, I stopped being overwhelmed in order to watch this. Somebody said it was game over when that foot started shaking. Somebody said his shaking foot says otherwise. The legacy is his children, not the organization. And then somebody said this debate was his idea. It was his idea. So he basically got smoked in this debate. You know what I mean? But shout out to everybody for watching. I will cover like important things that goes on with her. I do rock with her. She is a neighbor of mine. Like, you know, so it is very strange how popular she is. She does allow us to use her footage or whatever. So shout out to her. We will see how this ends up faring in the media. But shout out to everybody. Ahmad, come subscribe. We'll be North.